Hi, sorry about the wait, guys. I realized I was doing the Dodger special and was in a sweatshirt. Why? So I changed clothes. Echo? Why? One sec. Oh, you just mean like the echo in the room? That shouldn't be there either, though. That should also be gone. Hold on. Hi, I'm here. It's hot, dude. It's hot. Where are you, bitch? There you are. This first camera's busy, and I'm not asking you to do shit, okay? Okay, I see what happened. Duke's streaming from hell. Yeah, now you hear how bad it was before I put the gate on. You're welcome. It's not the wrong mic. It's the same. It's the Come on. There we go. You said the server's loud. You're not wrong. I had to download the what's it called? The NVIDIA experience, broadcaster or whatever. I have it on full blast echo reduction and also full blast noise reduction, background noise reduction. So maybe that's why it sounds weird, but the other option is this piece of shit. How do you stand having that running in the background while streaming? Well, as long as I know you guys can't hear it, I'm fine. It's just a room with a loud server in it. You get super used to it. Also, if I'm doing something and I have these on, then I'm fine. It won't always sound like this, right? There's literally a desk and the equipment here and this stuff, and that is all that's in this room right now. The echo will get a lot better. The server will have a home. It'll have a little place, so that'll help with everything. It's just a process. But I brought all of this to the farm for Sunforged, and then this morning we were using polyfill in all the cracks and things so that I could start painting this room soon, and sweeping and whatever else. And then I was like, I don't want to take everything back to the other house. That feels like a step backwards. I just don't want to do it. So I'm not. This color? No, this is not the color it's going to be. How was Sunforged? It was great. Literally, when it ended, all of us were like, is it next week yet? We want to keep playing really bad. So, yeah, definitely go watch it. I think it was a really good first episode. I'm excited about everybody's characters, so. Oh, honey. I say to myself, oh, honey. I couldn't get into it. That's okay. You said you couldn't get into Godforged either, right? So you might just not vibe with Joe's like DMing style. Is that iced coffee? Yeah, I made coffee. And then I realized, you know what, I actually don't want coffee. I want water. And I chugged a bunch of water. And then when I came back in the house, I was like, oh yeah, my coffee. And so I just threw a bunch of ice into it. Sam mentioned at some point that you guys have a vegetable garden. I must know more. We do, yeah. I think he was talking about growing your own tea. So there's two different like tea things that I do. I ferment fruit leaves. So I'm actually fermenting a bunch of apple leaves right now from the trees, but you can do it with a bunch of different fruits. And then I'm also growing chamomile because I love chamomile tea. So I'm gonna be growing a bunch of chamomile so that I don't have to buy it anymore. I'm thinking about growing my own coffee plants. That's fun. You should do it. How easy is it to maintain plants like that? Something like chamomile is a flower. So chamomile isn't that hard to maintain. You players showed the fuck up and we ate good yesterday. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you liked it. Yeah, it's very like dark Victorian fantasy with political intrigue sort of stuff. It's cool, yeah. I will spoil you. Yesterday I said that if Bree didn't show up and slap somebody and spit in their face, I was gonna be really mad. I'll spoil you and tell you that that did not happen, but I was still satisfied. I was still satisfied, so, you know. She gave the right energy. Yeah, she did. No spoilers, but yeah. It was, everybody really came in swinging, I feel like, when it came to their characters, so. But yeah, if you wanna watch that, the next time we'll do it is, it'll be on Sundays on Joe's channel, and he's putting it on YouTube for VODs, so. Oop, where's my mouse? There it is. I think it's youtube.com/JoeFudge, I'm pretty sure. If you want to watch it on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that he just went for that. How many episodes would this show have? I don't know, but Godforged was, what did you guys say? 130? Or more than that? It was long. It was a 3-year campaign. I joined Godforged on episode 12. Were Sam and Tomato able to keep their trucker personas contained? You're just gonna have to watch, aren't you? Hi, Tolosi. Yeah, oh my God, Tolosi, you missed out on hearing what it actually sounds like in this room. I have NVIDIA Broadcaster on, and so it's like filtering out a lot of noise. And we accidentally turned it off for a second there and had like a whole thing going on. But it's okay. We're working on it, aren't we, chat? We're working on it. One thing at a time, dude. I have a desk. We built the desk on stream. I'm using it now. So, good prog, good prog. New chair. It's a garden chair that I brought in because we didn't have an office chair here. But you know what? I'm not mad about it. It's pretty comfy. Yeah, it makes me laugh because Sam was like, I feel like it would be very you to just start streaming from up there and just let chat watch you slowly put it all together, you know, because you do like the DIY streams and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do that though. And now here we are. And I'm just like, I don't want to go back. I have a desk now. It's good enough, right? Learning that Shane's first name isn't Shane. I know. We knew that because he came and stayed with us for like a week a long time ago and told us that while he was staying with us. But I've never known if that was like common knowledge or not. So I've never mentioned it before. Yeah. Shane Hawk's first name is not Shane. Shane lore, deep Shane lore for you guys. It is his middle name. Yep. Fun fact, when I was first like on the internet talking to people for the first time, I was encouraged to come up with a fake name. And so I used my middle name as my first name for a while when I was like 12. I think I was 12 when we got internet. And it made, when we were talking about it with Shane, it made me think to myself, like, I could have just kept rolling with that. I could have wound up not being a Brooke for anybody like that I interact with on the regular. I wish the geese could come up here. Who is Brooke? I don't know. Who is Brooke? That's such a good question. Brooke is a cool musical skeleton. True that. Who is Brooke? A pirate. Bless this hot mess. Truly, this is the mug I should be using in this office. Everyone says, who is Brooke? But no one says, how is Brooke? Are you holding out in the heat? So again, because our heating is like set up really goofy, like the boiler is set up super goofy in this house. If someone wants to take a bath or needs a bath, you have to turn the heat on. Unfortunately, it won't just heat up the water, it's all connected. So if you're turning on the water, it also turns on the heating for the entire house. And I've tried individually turning off all of the radiators and shit, but they still radiate like a certain amount of heat no matter what I do. So last night I was like, Clark, you gotta take a bath, dude. it's time, right? So she took a bath and everything. And I will own up to this. This was all me. Sometimes, because immediately after a bath we do bedtime, I forget that I've turned the heat on, right? So I come downstairs and I'm like, God, it's fucking hot in this house. Doesn't click. Doesn't click for me that there's something I could do about that. I was like, man, it's really fucking hot and it's like nighttime. But, you know, I guess that's just what's going on here, right? So, we had a subscription. IDK Blue, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Do all of Sunforged. Sunforged goes until a little after, close to 1 a.m. for me. But by the time I'm like climbing into bed, right? And I've like left the call and everything because we talked a little bit after it was done. I climb into bed and I'm like, Jesus, it is disgusting in this house. Why is it so hot? Still doesn't click. Still doesn't click for me. I go to sleep. Sam comes home, comes up the stairs. I'm awake. I'm like, what's up, honey? And he's like, why the fuck was the heat on? He's like, I came into the house and it was disgusting. Why was the heat on? And I was like, oh my God. Because I gave Clark a bath. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. I totally forgot to turn it off. And he was like, it's fine. I've turned it off now. Here we go now, a role reversal, shall we? Because just to make me feel better. So Clark and I start going about our day. I'm getting her ready for school, right? We're doing that whole thing. And I was like, it's still disgusting in this house. And it's been a few hours since the heat's been turned off. I go over to look. The heat is still on. The heat is still on. So Sleepy Sam, I think, realized that the heat was on, went over, probably clicked a button, but maybe not the right button, and didn't realize that the system didn't turn off and just went to bed, right? So the heat was still going. So our house is nasty. It's bad, yeah. So that's where we're at. Classic himbo and herbo, dude. I left it on all night and kept thinking, why is it so fucking hot in the house? If only someone could tell me how to make it cooler in the house, dude. I'm sure the heat isn't still on. I'm positive. I double checked that everything was set to off. So we're good. Open a window. That's the one. This is reminding me of, so yesterday when we were all getting set up for I don't think that this happened on stream. When we were all getting set up for Sunforge, Bree goes, why is it so bright in here? And I, trying to make a joke because the show is called Sunforged, I go, maybe it's the sun. Sorry. She goes, why is it so bright in here? And I go, maybe it's the sun. Trying to make a joke, but it just sounded like I was being an asshole. Like, I don't know, Bree, have you checked your window? And then I suddenly felt like I needed to be like, you know, because the show is called Sunforged, and because the sun, and because... And then I felt a little better because Bree got up and closed the curtains to her window and was like, oh, that fixed it. It was the sun. So. I'm gonna eat a crunchy thing. Just a really quick crunchy thing. So. You can't hear it. Great. Because you got the thingy on. Nice. Ooh, baby. That's also a good. I don't have to lean away from the microphone anymore when I'm crunching. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. It is. This is the new office. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to it, but it's where we're streaming right now, so. Is this the famous non-content of yours TB mentioned? That's not me. You're thinking of my doppelganger, Eric Krendor. Speaking of names, when someone first called him Eric, I was like, who? Mm-hmm. I remember there have been multiple times that I've been on stuff with like podcasts or even panels with friends. And there's like one person who consistently calls me Brooke. And people are always confused. Next, you're gonna tell me Bendrick's first name isn't King. Bang Bang? Yeah, that's his name. Bing Bong. Bing Bang Bing Bong. He just shortens it. Mm-hmm. I don't know that I've ever met somebody who has so many nicknames or just so many like fun ways. He's just fun to come up with nicknames for, and I don't know why. Bango, Bongo, Benjo. It was just fun. I don't know. Yeah, calling Gmart Greg, I've never done that. I don't call Krendor Eric very often, really. I got used to calling TB John. I never call Sam Strippin. I always call him Sam. You call Craig and Keenan on occasion. That's true. I try not to because I think that one is like not as known. So if I'm like, yeah, our friend Keenan was here, I think most likely a lot of people are like, whomst? Dave is Dave. Or is he? How is Dave? He's good. He's good. We saw him a lot while Kraken was visiting, actually. I actually have that conversation with people a lot. If I'm like at the Baldur's Gate event, if I'm meeting people that I've known online, but I'm meeting them in person for the first time, there's this weird sort of like aspect. I'm sure that people who are more like friends instead of like work colleagues have this conversation more often even, but the conversation is basically like, the subtext of it is, we've now bridged a gap, right? We've bridged a gap here now. We are interacting in a different way. Should we then refer to one another in a different way? Or is the way we've been referring to one another like how we should keep it? So a lot of times when I meet people that I've only known online and they've only ever called me Dodger or Duger, when I meet them in person, there's that bridge gap of like, do you feel more comfortable being called Dodger or being called Brooke? Like, which one would you like? And my answer is always so unhelpful because I have really, really close friends who call me Dodger. So I'm kind of like, whatever you feel comfy saying, I'm totally fine with, which doesn't help a whole lot, right? But, you know. Yeah, call me, press heart to continue, please. I always just call people dude. Dude is good. Dude is a good catch-all. Friend is good. Hey, friend. I say bud a lot. I call everybody bud. What's up, bud? Chief. I've only ever called Jesse, but I feel like Jesse's only ever really gone by Jesse. Like, he had his channel name, right? And he's got his, like, weird online names, like Epic Maneuver, but, like, he's only ever introduced himself really as Jesse, I feel like. OMFG Kata, but OMFG Kata was a duo. It wasn't just Jesse. It was him and his friend. And then his friend bounced. And then it was just Jesse. You're welcome. You're welcome for the Jesse Cox lore. But I don't think he was ever like, my name, me online, is OMFG Kata, because it wasn't intended to be one person's name, you know? Man, remember when a bunch of people's whole thing was just doing World of Warcraft content? That's so wild. The world is so different now. But that's different. That's a character. Maximilian Valentine was a character. We're saying, like, do you as a person introduce yourself in a different way? You know, if I'm meeting somebody for work, I introduce myself as Dodger. It's not a character, it's just an alternate name, you know? I wonder where we'll all be in another 10 years, dude. Pretty much every time we're all out here working, somebody will be like, you know what? This is so much work right now. And it's always gonna be a lot of work because it's a farm. But in a couple years, it's gonna be super cool to look and to like think back or look at pictures of what this all looked like before we got here, you know? And I like doing the same thing with like this whole like YouTube and streaming thing. It's really fun to look back and be like, damn, a lot's happened, you know? I have 35 plus year old pictures of my house and it's completely different now. That's so cool. My older content specifically, or just like in general watching people's older content when they've been doing this for like 10 years? Because yeah, it's a combination of things, right? My early content is totally different from now. Not only because my early content was like edited YouTube stuff, but also because I've aged, right? I'm just an older person. And also, my comfort level on camera is night and day now, you know? There's a difference between, yeah, I can make a thing and get through it and, you know, or like read a script really well and edit it together or whatever. There's a big difference between that and like actual on-camera comfort. They look and feel totally different. And I think when you watch my early stuff, you can see that I'm much more like put together, not as comfortable at all, because it was all newer to me, you know. Thinking back on Daily Bite, for example, it seems like a different universe. Yeah, Daily Bite wasn't even like, I mean, I guess it was a long time ago, but it was what? 7 years? 6 or 7 years? Long enough. Long enough. But that was also like a different format, right? That was like me with 4 other people in the room reading a teleprompter, you know? No. Just tie it up because it's hot. Those old shows and events that you did, are they gone now because you deleted them or the companies deleted them? I don't think I've deleted anything ever. I probably should. In terms of like YouTube videos and stuff, unless there was something like really wrong with them. That was up to whoever owned the channel. Stuff like Geekenders, no one knows where that footage is. No one's ever been able to find it. I guess if they can lose an entire Aquaman movie, that it makes sense that a much smaller company could lose a much smaller show. But it was Geekenders. Geekenders was a show that Jesse and I did. On Sling? I can't remember. It was a show that Jesse and I did where we went to a bunch of different major cities where like conventions happened in America and showed like sort of fun things that you could do in that city if you're there for a convention, was kind of the idea of it. And it was very cool, and we liked it a lot. And then the company that made it went kaput. And so Jesse and I were both like, well, at least like give one of us the footage, and then we can just upload it. And no one can find it. Didn't Aaron Umatani once say he has copies? I think Jesse's asked Aaron. But I can ask too. The vibes I've gotten over time is that Maker was a clusterfuck. Maker was around for a long enough time that it had periods where it was really working and it had periods where it was not. Once there was a lot of pressure to like get content on other platforms, to not be like focusing as much on just like where creators were already making stuff. Here, let me snooze my ad for a sec. Snooze. Once Disney bought Maker and basically said like, prove to us that you're worth owning, that scramble like really fucked everybody up. And in the end, Disney was like, yeah, that's what we thought, and dissolved the whole thing, you know, like. Yeah, I had a lot of very awesome years working with and for Maker that I would not trade. And I met some incredible people out there and made some really fun stuff. I don't know whose decision it was to get rid of all that old content, but that's very depressing to me. Anywho. Yeah, I met Sam, I met Jesse, I met Happily Aaron, I met David, I met all kinds of people who have changed my life, so. Octo, wouldn't have met Octo. I met Blue Cat, that's true. Kiwi Fruit, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much. Sam did do a game show. Yeah. Strippin's Got Game. That was so good. Do you think you would have met them eventually if you didn't do Maker? I don't know. It's hard to... I don't think there aren't any numbers to prove this or not. And I know that I can be really down on myself about my time on YouTube. But meeting people like TB when I did, and the only reason I did is because I was one of the first 8 people in the game station, right? As was he. Meeting people like TB when I did, I think really changed the trajectory of a lot of shit for me. Without Maker and the game station, I wouldn't have gone to LA. I don't think I would have met most of these people. You know. Yeah, I didn't know Jesse until I was his network contact for Game Station. So I tried to help him out with stuff. And then we were both on what was then called the Game Station podcast, which TB put together. Yeah, I don't think I would have had a reason or an opportunity to move to Los Angeles. And the reason I met a lot of these people was because I was offered a job in Los Angeles. So all right, it's trying to run an ad. I will be right back. Crunch. Hi. Hello, ghost. Does a ghost rev up its engine? Ghosts don't need one. I do. Were you guys concerned about the goof level? A snoring ghost. That's how ghosts snore. Somebody was asking what color it's gonna be in here. It's such a pain in the ass to move the camera. What a pain in the dick. Hold on. Let's see. You can't even see it. I guess you'll never know. Cause I'm not doing any like dink dinks with this, okay? What happened to the sweet green chair? It's at the other house, and it's not sweet. It's a goblin chair. I ate all of my pretzels! It's fine. I'm so used to using the camera on the laptop that I was almost like, it's this color, which is not helpful to you. Where will Gabio sit? It's up to Gabio, I guess. It's up to Gabio. That's between Gabio and Gabio Jesus, you know? When will you paint the room? Well, we filled in all of the holes and cracks this morning right before I streamed. So by the time I'm done streaming, that'll all be dried, and I can sand it. And then we're pretty much good to go on paint. Yeah, good prog, good prog. We built a desk. Did you pick a color? Yes, I was just trying to show it to you. But I have to dink dink with this, and I'm not going to. Yeah, I haven't done like a big DIY or like crafting project in a while, which is unfortunate, but did you choose the lighter or darker color? So darker color is going on this wall behind me. Lighter color is going on all the other walls to hopefully help with light bounce and balance. So we'll see how that goes. It might turn out, because this isn't the angle you're going to be at or anything either. It might turn out that having a dark color on this wall will be too much. And if it is, I repaint, and it's okay. Make it look less long. I don't think it looks long currently. With me this close to the wall, I don't think we need to worry about it looking long. We're building a partition wall in here, so it'll be, my like office will be half the size. A darker wall, sometimes it's a trick to make it seem closer. Oh, no, that's not the intention. It's just the more impactful color. So I want to put the more impactful color behind me. Will the other partition be noisy or quiet? You mean the other half of the room? Like what's going on in there? I have no idea. No one else fits in here the way that I do. I don't think anybody else is going to want to use this room, if I'm being totally honest. So if I had more money, I'd just like soundproof the shit out of this whole thing, and then make it so I could do VR and stuff over on that side. But it's gonna take it would take so much to keep the noise from bouncing the way it does in this room, and it's just gonna be so much easier if I put a wall up. So I'm putting a wall up. Yeah. Any of the like craft supplies that I don't want around the kids can go up here. So. What a heavy curtain work for that sort of soundproofing. A curtain can do a certain amount. Moving blanket, we've used so many just like scrappy thrown together things before. Until the wall is built, I'm getting a divider. So that'll help a little bit. And obviously as we get more furniture in here, it'll help, but. Great acoustics in this cave. Fabric in general, sound doesn't bounce off of fabric the same way that it does like a hard surface. So yeah, fabrics help for sure. Carpets in this room will make a huge difference. That's why acoustic panels and like foam and stuff has like weird irregular angles and things on it, is to like make it so the sound has a harder time bouncing back. Yeah, the fabric goes. Is there enough space for VR? It's huge, yeah. There's plenty of space for VR. I don't do VR super often, aside from Neon Divide, so. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'll wind up doing. Yeah, they're doing a 3.5 season right now. And I keep being like, maybe I could join next time, but I think I still gotta wait. So maybe not this week, but next week. Build the cafe set from Neon Divide in the other half of the room. Oh my God. Have you posted Zonia's art anywhere? No, but it is in Joe's Discord. I can also plop it into our Discord when the stream is done. I was organizing my notes yesterday in Obsidian, and I was laughing because like so many of my notes are I heard a thing, but then they don't say it again, and I just kind of write a scribble with a bunch of question marks, like, is this what this was? I have no idea how things are spelled. Yeah. I'm trying to like... I'm a high charisma character, which means I'm going to be asked to like talk. I'm going to have to like talk to people about shit. And if there's anything I've learned from being on Godforge, it's that you can really get a leg up if you remember important people, important places, if you can bring them up at times when it matters. And I need notes. I need better notes than I took in Godforge. I didn't really take notes in Godforge because Fabia didn't give a fuck about any of that shit. So there was no reason for me to have those notes. I didn't need to like be able to pluck that information from anywhere, you know? But this character, I do need that. Following OLG in the charisma and notes department is going to be difficult. Fortunately, OLG is a treasure, and we like have been going back and forth like, oh, this is how I'm doing this, and this is how I'm doing this, and stuff. So it's nice. And what's great about Obsidian is if I'm just like writing, just brain dumping during session, even if I don't take that information and like parse it out where it needs to go, I can still use the search bar in Obsidian and just search for a keyword, and it'll be like, here are all of the notes and things where you wrote about this guy or this place. So that's nice. But oh my God, yesterday, my setup was so janky. It was unbelievably janky. I was on my kid's little IKEA table. The camera was on one shoebox. The microphone was on another box. And then the laptop was just kind of like scooched in there. So every time I wanted to write something, I was like, here we go. I really like Obsidian, yeah. I think I've said before, they really try to sell it on the chart that it makes. So the more notes you have in, there's a button that you can click that basically gives you like what feels like a galaxy of how all of your notes and things are connected to each other, depending on how you link things, right? I don't find that very interesting. I don't know why. It's I don't use that at all. But linking the notes together and being able to easily be like, this person I've already made a note about, and have the system be like, you have made a note about that person. Is this a link? And you're like, yeah. It's like, great. we'll just link to that person. I'm like, fucking awesome. You know? Yeah, there are like plugins and add-ons that the community makes. It's not an open source situation, but like people are able to make add-ons. And there's one like you can port in your own map and make notes on the map. So the map that we're using in Sunforged, I can port in and then be able to like tick certain places and make notes about those places. Very cool. You know, just stuff like that. It's just very useful. It is a beautiful map, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, Joe went all out. He got a lot of stuff done and a lot of stuff made. It's called Obsidian. I'm at the dentist. Gonna get a "You're so brave" Ro in chat. You're so brave, Ro. Was your trip to the US to see your family good? Yeah, it was good. We'll be going back pretty soon. When Clark's on half term, we're doing Thanksgiving. So we'll be going back in October. But this time with Sam, and we didn't have Sam with us last time, so. Sam's birthday is this week, which I'm very excited about. I'm taking him to a nice dinner. But the place that I wanted to take him was booked up for a long time, so I can't take him on his birthday, which is a bummer. Yeah, exactly. I was going to take him to TGI Fridays, but I guess not. Everybody wants to go to TGI Fridays, dude. No, one of the other moms that I was hanging out with was like, yeah, this is when everyone was talking about being in their 40s. She was like, yeah, my 41st birthday is coming up, and I really want to go to this restaurant. And I was like, oh, is it good? And she was like, yeah, it's awesome. It's so good. I'm really hoping that that's where my husband takes me. And I was like, So I went to look. And yeah, they were booked up for a while, but I was able to get us a reservation, so. Are those the piggies? Heard a bunch of weird noises, and I don't know. It's not the vroom. I did hear the vroom as well, but we're not talking about the vroom. There were a bunch of like squeaky noises outside, and I'm wondering if it's the pigs playing with their toys. Yeah, they're good. It's just been hot, so we're having to like refill their water constantly. Poor babies. Yeah, we gave our pigs motorcycles. Those are their toys. They are alarmingly good riders. Got their licenses very quickly, so. Hi, Brett. How are you, bud? There's no law that a pig can't ride a motorcycle. Sure. Just woke up and starting the day nice. I'm in my new office, but with nothing in it, so it's very echoey and weird. At least you're in it, thank God. Yeah, I can work in it, which is a much different place than we were in a couple weeks ago, so. Yeah, so we just need to, I was explaining that we've filled in all of the holes and the cracks and stuff in the walls and the ceiling. So I just need to sand that and then I can paint. Very excited. Oh my gosh. I'm also a wake up at 6 a.m. boy, but not on purpose. I don't mind waking up at 6 a.m. if I chose to wake up at 6 a.m. I do not like waking up at 6 a.m. when a 5-year-old comes into my bedroom and says, "Morning, mommy!" You know, so. Yeah. This kid, I know I keep saying this, but I need you guys to understand how obsessed with Lego my child is now. So we got her, there were a bunch of sets. There's a series of Lego sets called the Friends sets. And I don't think that they're super popular. They were on like super sale at Legoland. It was like a buy 2 for 15 sort of a thing. And so we were like, absolutely. So we got a set of 2 of the Friends sets. And then she wanted a Little Mermaid thing, right? So we got her a Little Mermaid thing. She finished the Little Mermaid thing. Awesome. She's very proud of herself. And she should be. And then she was like, okay, now that that's done, I want to start on one of the other Friends sets. And I was like, okay. So she started building it, and I went to do Sunday afternoon Duger. We were there, right? I went to do Sunday afternoon Duger. By the time I got home, she had finished that Lego set and was halfway through her last Lego set. And this morning sobbed because there wasn't enough time for her to finish the Lego set before school. And I was like, I really need to just get a big bucket of Lego and be like, here you go. I know, yeah. It's great. Dude, Lego, what a fantastic hobby for little kids. So much like problem solving. It's really good for your dexterity. Like if you're using instructions, you have to really pay attention to the instructions to understand what they're telling you to do. You know, just like spatial understanding, and it's great. It's great. Yeah. I think it's an awesome hobby for her to have, but I'm like, you're doing them too fast. You're doing them too fast. I looked into the app that you talked about that scans your Lego. Finding my childhood Lego pieces made me realize that to spread them all out, I needed all of my room's floor. Amazing. Yeah, I think the next thing that we should get is just a bunch of random Lego and one of the mats like we had talked about. And just be like, just build whatever you want, you know? I think she would enjoy that. But she loves having like a set with instructions and that whole thing. She enjoys that so much. Yeah, that's what I would do too. There's a specific set that I remember so fondly. My parents got me a pirate Lego set, and I want to say it's like the only like Lego set that I ever got. The rest were just Lego, right? Just random Lego. But I built this pirate set, and then I took it apart and rebuilt it different. And just kept like rebuilding it more and more different. And at a certain point I was like, this is literally the coolest thing that anyone's ever built, you know? Which pirate set? I don't know. I was a wee bab. Yeah, I don't know about the bug set, Free. I haven't looked. Hold on. Bug Lego. Not Bugs Bunny. Bug. The Lego Insect Collection. Oh, how cute. God. It's $69. Ugh. They're pretty though. They're very pretty. Yeah, I don't have my Lego from when I was a kid anymore. I'm pretty sure it was given to other kids in the family and stuff. Oh, John, that's very sweet. Oh, Andalect, I hope you feel better. Yeah, I've looked at Connects before. I never really vibed with Connects. They're much more affordable though. Oh, there's a website. Wait a sec. There's a website where you enter the model number of the sets that you have, and it'll show builds that folks have made with them. Oh, that's interesting. Like these are the sets I have, and it'll go, cool, with those pieces you could build this. Is that like the idea? That's really cool. Can you, if you're in the Discord, could you like post that website if you know what it is? Yeah, Lincoln Logs were my shit. I had Lego, and I also had, they weren't technically Lincoln Logs, but they were basically the same thing. And I would make lots of little cabins and cottages and things. But all of the people that came with those sets were like Wild West boys with guns. So it was very hard for me to be like, and now everybody has their cute little houses where they're all having a nice time and not shooting each other. Yeah, everyone's just in their little houses with, you know, their cute little cowboy hats and their cute little guns. And I had to get creative about, you know, what things in my room represented their babies and stuff. Because if I was going to play house, somebody's got to have a baby. It's basically early Sims, you know? Vroom. Vroom, vroom, boy. It's the pigs. They're doing a lap, okay? Let them get some sunshine. God. Yeah, we have, well, I won't say that. People can go fast on the road that's closest to us, so they do. Yeah. We had Lego and their lesser-known off-brand cousin Duplo. Duplo is made by Lego. Duplo is Lego for toddlers. Same company. So not off-brand, just different size of the same concept. Yeah, Mega Bloks is the one that that isn't by Lego. I actually kind of prefer, for like little kids, we got Clarky Duplo when she was pretty little, and she still had, even though they were way bigger, she had a really hard time like taking them apart and putting them back together, you know? So I would say if you have a little kid, Mega Bloks are better because they are not as hard. They're softer. They're easier to put together and take apart. They're mega. Yeah, they are indeed. Ugh. There is Minecraft Lego stuff. Hold on. Yeah, you can get like little you can get little Steves and creepers and all sorts of shit that you can put in your Lego home if that's what you want. I feel like we've talked about this before. Yeah, if Lego decided to try making a totally different type of game, I guess, do they normally? They must. They normally like go to an already existing development company and say like, hey, make a Lego game. Or do they make it in-house? Do they have their own company? Do people 3D print Lego yet? You can. What's the word for it? People can make. They don't have a. You can make Lego now if you want. They don't have anything legal. A patent. Thank you. They don't legally own the like shape of Lego anymore. But I believe they are still the only ones making Lego the way that they do. So that's why now if you look up Lego sets, there's like a bunch of like off-brand Lego sets. It's because people are now legally allowed to do that. Brand ones don't taste the same. Summer, is that you? In Germany, they sue every commercial trader for confusing Lego with bricks. Yeah, the Lego Friends sets that Clark got, the first one is like a gamer bedroom, which I thought was very funny. It comes with Nova and her friend Zach, and their doggy that has wheels on the back part. It's very cute. She built the whole thing. And I had to explain to her that the monitors are not the computer part, because there was a part that she built and she was like, I don't know what this is. And I was like, that's the computer. And she was like, no, this is the computer. And I was like, no. It's one of those things that you don't realize isn't like obvious until somebody's like, the screen, that's the computer. And you're like, it's not. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not, though. And Zach, our good buddy, comes with a laptop. And so Clark was like, wait, so then what's this? And I was like, that's also a computer. She was like, but that's this, and pointed at the screens. And I was like, no. But it's very cute. It's a very cute little room. And then the other one is much more just like, it's got like a little bunk bed in it and stuff, so. I just finished watching Sunforged. It was so good. I never got around to watching Godforged, but I might start now. Thank you. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with it. I was saying at the start of stream that when it was done, all of us were like, is it next week yet? I want to keep playing. So I'm glad that everybody enjoyed it so much. Yeah, Joe's a fantastic DM. I didn't have the energy to binge Godforge. I don't blame you. Godforge is fucking long. And you don't need to watch Godforge to watch Sunforged. They are independent. They're in the same world, but they're totally independent stories and characters. I've never played a bard. It's my first bard ever. So I'm glad that we're starting at level 2. So, you know, our like the amount that we can do in our spell lists and things are pretty small currently. You guys didn't break the sun in Godforged? No. Sorry, spoilers, I guess. No. All of that shit, that is independent of Godforged. Wasn't your little Coxmas lady a bard? Oh my gosh, I don't even remember. I don't remember us having classes in Coxmas, but maybe we did. Yeah, don't spoil anything. But if you're interested in watching, so basically, I was on a show, a D&D show called Godforged. It was DM'd by our lovely friend Joe Fudge, who is a fantastic DM, and it was me, Sam, my husband, Bree, and Tomato, and Shane Hawk, and OLG. I think that's all of us. And Joe came to us and was like, hey, I have an idea for what I want my next campaign to be. Do you guys want to just like, should we just reset, do it again? So it's same people, Same DMs, same people, but we've all made very different characters, which is cool. So I encourage you to watch episode 1. It feels very prologue-y. Everybody gets lots of opportunities to sort of like fill the space and, you know, be their character a little bit. Sorry, I thought I missed something up here. Yeah, I don't like being level 1, but I like being lower level just so that stuff isn't so complicated. You know, D&D can feel kind of like when people show up and watch Thierry and I playing Final Fantasy XIV and they're like, Jesus Christ, those hot bars, I will never play this game. And it's like, well, yeah, they look like this now, but when you start the game, you only have like 3 abilities, you know? So it's nice to start low. Level 3 is normally when subclass bullshit starts happening. So skipping level 1 and starting at level 2, I think is a good call. Because we don't have that much. We don't have that much that we can do. And you can like slowly layer complexity on, you know? I haven't played 14 since the last time I streamed it. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of scared. I should probably log on. I'm kind of scared that it's going to be like, hey, whatever way that you were paying for this, that's not happening right now. Yeah, you don't have the foundational knowledge to understand like all of the complexity that's been layered on top. So, yeah, it's nice as a playing a spellcaster again and being like, okay, what spells do I have? Only a couple. Nice. You know, like, cool, great. I'm so glad. That's also the problem with fighting games. There's so much to learn right as you start. Yeah. I think there's always an interest in being able to play online quickly with fighting games, but like if you go into an online situation and you don't really know how to play, you just get so beat down mentally. Like, yes, your character is also getting beat down physically, but like mentally, it takes such a toll to go into an online fighting game situation when you're like not ready. Will you make a new flow chart for your actions and bonus actions? Oh my gosh, I should, because actually I still use that for Dash. The flow chart that we made, I still use that every single time I play as Dash to remind myself, like, what can I do with my bonus actions? Yeah. Yeah. Bonus actions are pretty lush for a bard, so it'd be good for me to remember. Is the power solved now? No. Nope, it's not. But we haven't had a lot of issues lately. This is one of the reasons that I'm still on the laptop instead of the desktop computer, but it should be getting sorted out pretty soon. I'm gonna use you as background sound for my nap. Okay, I'll try not to be too alarming. Yeah, again, don't spoil stuff about the Sunforge, because it literally just happened, and a lot of people are planning on watching it later, so. Your eyebrows look like something I'd choose in a character customizer. Thank you. Thank you, I think. I've been thinking about like making this cut wider again, just for fun. I don't know why my eyebrows are like this. Why they're like thick to here, and then there's like a little like weird, like patchy gap right there. It's for eyebrow piercings. I don't want eyebrow piercings, but I did like when I just shaved here. I liked that. It made it feel less like I had shaved and it was trying to grow back in, you know? It was like, yeah, it's intentional instead of just, yeah, my eyebrows are just like this. My hair is like that perfect length where a bunch of it keeps trying to like fall out of ponytails, you know? I either need to let it grow a little bit longer or cut it. Those are the options. Thanks. I like it if I take the time to style it. But currently my hair frustrates me a little bit. I'm not intentionally growing it out. I had to miss my hair appointment because my kid was sick. So it's just getting longer. I'm not mad. Again, it's not that I dislike it. I kind of like it at this length if I take the time to style it. If I don't take the time to style it, I don't like it as much. So. Oop. my gosh, I just realized that I didn't buy. I made a ton of applesauce, a shitload of applesauce. And I need containers to either can it or freeze it. And so I put a bunch of stuff in the cart to buy it, and I just left it there. So here we are. Nothing wrong with ponytails. There is something wrong with ponytails if you have to constantly re-put up your ponytail. Then it's just annoying. If all of your hair is like constantly trying to just fall out of it. It's not long enough yet. But again, I don't know if I want it longer. So I'm probably just going to cut it shorter again. I guess it's never really over. Yeah, I could go in and get one of my kids or a couple of my kids like really sparkly clippies. That's probably what I'll do next time we take a break. Which will be, we can take one soon. That would mean that I'm averaging one break per hour, which is a bit excessive, but ma'am? Thank you. I wasn't gonna play a game. I don't have a whole lot on this computer. What's on here? I guess it's never really over. Ow. Yeah. Well, chatty streams are supposed to be just chatty streams, but hop into 14. Don't have it on this computer. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some clippies. Put my hair up. I will be right back. Why does it say the ad is still going? It's it keeps resetting and saying that like the ad is still, I don't know. Permanent ads. No. Well, I heated up some food. I went pee. I grabbed Clippies. This one is not doing its job. Let's try again. Split-ow. Fantastic. Food. I did everything. Yeah, I don't think anybody is, unless for some reason the system thinks that the buttons are doubled. There should be no reason for people to still be watching ads, so. I'm trying to think. So we've got, oh my gosh. You know what we could play if we just wanted like chill vibes? We could play Dorf Romantic. I've got Dorf Romantic on here because I play it with Clarky. It's just leftovers. It's kofta and some kind of like curried rice thing, and another meat. I don't know. It's leftovers. I don't know. Yeah, here, let me. Dorf Romantic is a great game. It is. I agree. Where am I? Hello, there I am. Hee hee. Is the game loud? Feels loud. Where are you? Here you are. Is that okay? Still too loud, I think? Might be better. How's that? That's 10%. Let me, because we're only on one screen, I'm gonna make it a little smaller. I know it's not gonna be as pretty, but it will make it so that I can keep a better eye on everything. Creative mode. Oh, these are Clarky games. These are Clarky games. Here, let's move. Nope, ma'am. Let's move me here. I think that'll work better. Yeah, sure. Yes, skip the tutorial. Okay. Oh, I need to change my title and stuff. Hold. Okay. Side note, this game is great if you have a kid. This is like such an accessible kid game because you have like, I'm gonna make myself a little bigger. You have like modes where it's like, it's not tracking anything. It's just, you just put them in a slot, you know? And it's great. Clark really likes this game a lot. But I'm trying to do well, so I'm gonna try to match things up where they're supposed to be. But little kids don't have to do that. They just put stuff where it looks fun. Sure. Worth it. Sure. Why are the colors so weird? There are different biomes. Let me see if I've got specific biomes turned on. I don't think I do. I don't think so. Yeah, so in the stack here, it's going to show you like the basic ass version of that tile. And then depending on your game and how like widespread it gets and stuff, there are different sort of color patterns that it can have to represent different biomes, basically. And you unlock those as you play more and more. No. No, stay. My personal best is like 13 to 15K. I can't for the life of me figure out how people get to 30K plus points on this. Yeah. I've tried to play this game really meticulously before, and it's so hard. Basically, so the way the game works is you get extra points for matching up sides to what they already are. So I have water right now, which can only connect to water, but we can take a look at like the sides of this. So the edges of this are just nothing. It's just ground. So if I match up ground, ground, ground here, I'll get more points. And these perfects mean that those tiles that said perfect were surrounded by exactly what they were. And so you get lots of points for perfects. But I've found that if you like only do perfect, it doesn't necessarily mean you do amazing in the game. So it is kind of difficult. I love dwarf and I suck at dwarf. Yeah, which is fine, right? Because dwarf is meant, at the end of the day, it's a very relaxing game. And if you want to play in a non-relaxing way, that's fine. But like, if you just want to chill and have a nice time, that's literally what it's built for, you know? And sometimes pieces will have requirements. So this is saying in order to be fulfilled, I need one more bit of water attached. Or this says I need like the equivalent of 73 more trees. Okay, this water wants to do its own thing, so I guess we'll put it over there. Yes, I am in the new house. Or rather, like, this is the room that I'm going to be working out of. Yes, there is an echo. It's because there's nothing in this room. The echo will not be there forever. Yeah, we're just... I had to bring all this stuff home for Sunforge, so I was like, I don't want to... I don't want to go all the way to the other house, dude. I like the echo. You sound like my conscience. Nice. Chance of Sonar is a game that I bought with the intention of us playing it on stream, so. That game looks super cool. And I've heard that, like, the language deciphering mechanic is really accessible, actually. Which is great. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fulfill this because water needs to go here as well. I think I'm just going to have to take the L on that. Oop. Okay. Hoo-hoo, okay. Well, it's gonna ruin that, but...
Okie dokie. Doing all right, gang. It is, yeah. Dwarf Romantic's a great game. Oh, it's the start. Hold on. Guys. I am fully in now. I've been added to the PTA group chat. I'm in. I'm in now. I know. And now I can break it down from the inside. Not really. The girl who's, the mom who's running it now is awesome and super sweet. So that's good. Yeah, our PTA is like desperate for people to get involved, but it's like at the same time they're really bad about like reaching out to and interacting with people that aren't like on the committee, quote unquote, you know? So I realized I had to just keep being like, if you need people, literally text me, you know? And so they finally did, and I've done a couple things now. And I got added into a whole thing with a bunch of dates and important like events going on. I was like, here we go. Here we go. I just need to sit tight in here for like 3 more weeks. And then I'll be like, guys, now that we're all so much closer, how many of you have played Dungeons and Dragons before? Yeah, it is fun, like, doing stuff for Clark's school, you know? And, like, her coming out of class and seeing me, like, you know, at, like, the booth outside and stuff. It's just fun. Guys, I know that some of you have like 5 children, but hear me out. Wouldn't you like to escape to a fantasy world? right, that's okay. I think the house is a different color depending on which side I put that on. Is that how making friends as an adult is? Join a club or school thing and hope for the best. For me, after moving here, this is, I think, the closest I've been to just like making my own friends. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Just do stuff. Just try to keep doing stuff and see if one of those things you try to do puts you in touch with people that, you know, share your vibe. Okay. A friend locally is organizing art evenings at a local pub. We started with 4 people. Now it's regular weekly sessions of 15 plus folks each week. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. It's also fun when we get there and see somebody doodling and we'll go, hey, you want to join us? It's like a cult and then they just keep coming back. What a wholesome thing though. That's very fun. We need way more houses to fulfill these. God, why did I put these next to each other? Yeah, for sure. During the pandemic, I tried to join basically like a board game group. And they were like kind of like advertising in the area and everything, like, come join us, you know, we play board games online, and when stuff opens up, we'll play more, blah, blah, blah. We'll play more like in person, you know. And I was like, oh, cool. And I joined. I joined their Discord, and they will not talk to new people. It's very cliquey. They'll just keep talking to like each other and ignore new people that join. And I'm like, what's the point, guys? What's the point of this, dude? You guys said you wanted new members. It's very silly. Gosh, we got it. I didn't think we were going to get that piece. They like the idea of new members. Yeah, and I think that does happen sometimes. Yeah, and I also, you know, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I think that sometimes kind of jumping off of the idea of like they liked the idea of asking for new members but didn't actually want new members is we're all just a bunch of awkward people, you know? Like maybe they're awkward in different ways than I'm awkward, but like potentially they were like, yeah, new people. And then when new people joined, they really were not sure how to like talk with new people, you know? I mean, yeah, just kidding. I'm always confident and everything I do is cool, so. We've almost done it. Almost fulfilled this stupid housing ask. Oh my God. Nice. Schnoise. This is pretty here. I like this. Oh my God, those are the spots I have to fill. Okay. The water is looking very fantasy. It's looking very fantasy novel. Yeah, it's like whatever. Nice. This chair is bad for streaming. My back hurts so bad. I think it's like a combination of things, like the height of the chair with the height of the desk. Because I normally sit like this, but like Not at this height, I don't think. I don't know. Who would have thought I would be thinking to myself, man, I wish I had my shitty green chair. Where's Green Monster Chair? Green Monster Chair is at the other office still. Yeah, my green chair is like, yes, miss me. So many offices. I wish it was just one, dude. I wish it was just one. Soon, TM. It's looking nice and overcast outside. I'm very excited. Quickly before winter, we're in a heat wave, so I'm not like too pressed about it, you know? Why am I peeling a thing off of a thing that's plugged into my computer? Why did I choose to do this? But I can't stop now. I have to complete it. I have to keep peeling it. Please don't come unplugged. Got there, gang. You know when you get a piece of electronics or like a glass thing, and it has the film on it, and somehow you got so far in your life without realizing that there was film on that thing? I peeled it, no. Peeled it, though. Peeling done. Okay. When your chill game is too chill. When your relaxing game is too relaxing. But I hear chickens. No, we don't have chickens anymore. But you might hear geese sometimes honking at people. Oh, in game? I don't know, maybe. What happened to the chickens? They got eaten. Not by us. I know. Yeah. A fox got in. One of them died, and we're not sure what killed her. We think she ate something weird, and then like while they were grazing. And then yeah, the other two got eaten by a fox. So I can take a little bit of comfort in knowing that an animal ate. An animal that needed a meal got a meal. So that's good. No! I heckled up. That's nature. That's life. That's life. Goodness. Why am I so tired? It's the game. I was fine until we started playing Dorf Romantic, dude. Game too chill. Game too chill. Doing a lap. Doing a lap. Lap, 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 lap. Yeah, this is a garden chair. That's what I'm using right now. So no, it does not offer me any support whatsoever. You're supposed to do this, aren't you? I just realized that there's a hole, not a hole, there's an attic, like crawl space that I can totally get into like really easily. But I'm scared there's a bunch of piters and stuff up there. Not that I don't love a piter, but you know, in the dark tip of this building, I don't know. I don't know if I want to hang out with piters. But why go? Think of all the things I could hide up there. Crawl space stream? I don't think that would be very interesting. Is this where the ghosts are? Definitely. Well, no, I think the ghosts are in. So there's okay. We've got door. Hold on. Hi, hello. Welcome to my stream. There's a standard looking box shit thing for attic, okay? Follow along. And that goes to this bit of the building, right? The tippy bit, okay? And then in this room, there's a door about this high. There's a little door, and it leads to the side bits. So there's like a whole crawl space along the entire side of this room. That's where the ghosts live. Yeah. It's a Lalafell door. How tall are Lalafell? They're like 3.5 feet, right? 3.5 to 4 feet? Or am I making them taller than they are? Sized, then it is not a Lalafell door. Hi, Summer. A 2-foot tall person could use that as a door. A 3-foot tall person would not fit in it. Oh. So, you know. kickable size. Say that to my face. A Tomto door. Yeah, dude. Now we're talking. Yeah, I don't know. I assume it would be very hard to like build an actual little like thing in there. But how cute would that be? To like make a bunch of tiny like seasonal things and make like a little fake room in there. It'd be very cute. Just make a little bed and like a little fake window. Be very cute. It would be very cute, guys. A fake guest room. Yeah. Do you know the old Jenna Marbles video where she made a tiny room into a dog room? I do. Wasn't it like the space under the stairs? Or was it actually just like a weird little room? Very cute. For my birthday, my mother-in-law got me like a little, it's like a miniature apothecary that you build. It's very cute. Oh, we got a secondhand little playhouse that I really need to build. Yesterday, Clark was like, let's build it now. And I said, Clark, it's almost bedtime. And she was so mad. Yeah, if we took the little door off and then built a little thing inside, made sure that it was safe, that'd be very cute. When the cats visit, they just have like a little room. And you know what cats are like, so they'd never use it, ever. This color, it's a pretty color. I'm not leaving it this color. But yeah, it's like minty. It's like a minty green color in here. We do not have sheep, no. I think it's exclamation point animals, if you want to know all the animals we have. Imagine the pain of cleaning the tiny room if the cats would use it. Well, I wouldn't make it so that it like went very deep in, right? It would just be like the door opening and then like this much space. No, the colors are like, they're like a dark peachy pink and a light peachy pink. Altair, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Altair, did you pick that person on purpose? No, why? You should read their name. It's a very good name. Yeah, good name, good name. Hellions is still on hiatus. And so I've been asked and I know this is dangerous, but I've been asked to guest on another campaign for just a couple sessions, I know. But I get to be a slime folk. I'm gonna be a slime person. And Nick was like, are you just gonna re-flavor Eugene? And I was like, no. And I'm not. Basically, one of the players here, I'll swap us back to just chatting because Dwarf Romantic's making me sleepy. Oops. One of the players was like, do you want to be my ex? Because I guess it's become like a goof that she's dated everybody. And I was like, absolutely. And I was like, just so you know, you've already offered this to me. But I really want to be a slime person. And she was like, I was like, would your character date a slime person? And she was like, I don't know. And so I just found a picture of like the hottest slime girl that I could and was like, what if they looked like this? And she was like, okay, I'm in. So now I'm making a hot slime girl that has to be from a cowboy planet. Incredible. So that's what I'm supposed to be doing tonight. My favorite part about slime folk is if you look up their age or like their lifespan, a lot of stuff is just like, I don't know. Forever? I want to play a slime kid druid to make gummy bears the wild shapes. That's very cute. Yeah, I feel like as long as you can maintain your form, like what's gonna... I was thinking about this because in Neon Divide, we have a lot of slime people, right? And for them, it's like they have a core. It's the same as mushroom people, so I deal with this too. You have a core, and if something destroys that core, then you're dead, right? But any damage that happens to things that aren't your core can always come back. So the slime people can be literally like a tiny little blob. They can be, you know, an itty bitty thing. They can be a whole ass, like adult looking slime person, you know. From blob to human with gelatinous reskinning, where are you on the slime scale? The only way I could get this person to agree to let me be their slimy ex-girlfriend was to be like a super hot, like Monster Girl style slime person. So yeah, it's not a Eugene. Eugene was literally a blob, which was very fun. But this slime person that I'm making for this campaign, where I'm literally, my whole point is to show up and just stir up a bunch of shit because I'm like the hot ex-girlfriend of one of the other characters. Yeah, I'm just gonna be, you know, waifu slime girl. What voice are you gonna do for her? I'm torn. I don't know if I should Juliet or if I should do like a southern something. Mariah's good at slime art, true. But again, this character's only around for 2 sessions. Mariah's good at everything. Shout out to Mariah. Mariah's in chat right now. Tell Mariah how talented and magical. You say that, but no, here's the thing though, because this game happens at the same time that Hellions normally does. So I can't do both. I'm locked in with Hellions, okay? So I can only be in this campaign for a couple sessions, okay? Mariah's never coming back. Stop. Yeah, Mariah did, I think... You did Tomato's new Sunforged art, right? Manda did mine and Bree's and Sam's. And I'm not sure who did Shane's or OLG's. You like the lighting? Thanks. We've got natural windows now. Natural windows. We've got windows to allow natural light in. The actual lights in this room are not on, but we are replacing them because they are borky. Cool of Tomato to trust me with something other than an animal. I was nervous. Oh, you did a great job. It looks fantastic. Yeah, literal slime rancher. That's me.
haven't played Palia in a while. I should load that up again. You look so uncomfortable in that chair. I am. I am uncomfortable in this chair. My back is in bits. You know what also doesn't help, I'm realizing, is the microphone is low. So I keep feeling like I have to do this so that you can hear me. Because it's not actually just sitting in front of my face, so I have to slouch. That's a huge issue. No, if I add cushions, then I'll be up even higher and I'll still have an issue with the microphone. Cushions for the microphone. Now we're talking. Normally I grab a shoebox, but we've got like all these weird little bitty babies on there. I'm not going all the way inside to get a book, but let's see. It's a little better. Wah! They are comfy. They're Sam's, but he never ever wears them. And I don't know why. Yeah, that's where the server cabinet. Oh, wait, what's that meme? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm sorry, I just needed to figure that out. Okay. That's where the server cabinet's going, yeah. And then nothing fit in this, so I'll just build the rest of this into an actual filing cabinet and use it as an actual filing cabinet. The loud server is going to be in your room. Yep. It'll have a little house, which will help. And we've got a noise gate, so. It is what it is. Sam had this exact thing in his office for years. It's time for me to pay my dues. Yeah, I don't mind. It's fine. Yeah, we moved months ago. We're still just working out of the other house. So the process of finally like coming to this house and starting to work at this house is beginning. Yeah, we moved, God, a while ago. Yeah, we live on a farm now. We bought a farm. Any new manga lately? No, but I've been wanting to read some manga. I've been kind of itching for it.
yeah, we've got a huge garden, we've got a bunch of animals, a nice big field that we're gonna try and sow a bunch of wildflowers into next year, and yeah, it's very fun. I just finished prison school. It was amazing. Did you ever finish it? I did. Prison school is that weird outlier for me. I normally hate stuff that's like secondhand embarrassing. I don't know what it is about prison school. Like, it is so aware of what it is. I don't know what it. I enjoy prison school so much. It is. It's so over the top. It's so ridiculous. I think they did a really good job with the anime as well. Yeah, the previous owners put a little orchard in. So, and it seems like that's the only thing they did is put in an orchard. So, there's a bunch of apple trees. We've got pear trees. We've got, all along our hedgerow, tons of blackberries. So I'm currently trying to process through as many of the apples as we can. And then after that, the pears will probably be ready to go, and the blackberries are starting to ripen. So it's always something, but yep, I have everything to make cider as well. Yeah, currently it's applesauce, apple pie filling. The scraps from those are making apple cider vinegar. And then I bought a juicer that should be coming soon, so that we can juice up a bunch of apples and make cider. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, we feed apples to the pigs all the time. The pigs eat apples. The geese run around and like peck at the apples, but a bunch of them still, the windfall apples, so many are falling every day that we still wind up with a bunch that, just rot rapidly and get, especially in the heat, just rot and get eaten by a bunch of bugs and stuff, which is fine. As long as it's feeding something, we're fine. But we can't leave just apples everywhere to rot. So every 1 or 2 days, we have to go out there with a wheelbarrow, pick up all the apples. Any of them that are good to go that we can eat or use, I bring inside and try to use it. And the rest of them go in compost or get fed to animals. So. Blackberries are a bit easier. It's infuse some vodka with them, make some jam, make a few crumbles. And then you're Gucci, Any interest in goats? I love goats. I don't want any other animals right now. I don't want any other animals right now. I think we've got a good number currently. Once Sam and I are both working from home and we're home a lot more, then maybe we'll think about doing the chicken thing. But was reading about how to make goat cheese. Oh, goat cheese. Oh my God, goat cheese would actually be so nice. For now, Sam is the goat. Hilarious. Last time I was in chat, you had chickens. Did we move? We did move. The chickens got eaten by a fox, so that's why we don't have chickens anymore. Yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's part of life. It's part of the cycle. Somebody was asking this just a few minutes ago too, and you know, I have to be in a mental place of at least an animal ate them. You know, like it would be sad no matter what, but I'm glad that an animal that needed a meal got a meal. As you know, depressing as that is. And the day that they died was also the day that our new coop got built. So we've had this great, very safe and secure big coop built with no chickens in it since the day it got here. Positives. The kids love it. They love pretending to be chickens. It's one of their favorite games. Anytime the kiddos are over here, they're like, can we be chickens? And they just hang out in the coop. Amazing. But, you know, it would be nice to actually have chickens in there sometime. We have geese. And I love them. They're like oh my gosh. They've become one of my favorite things. You can have geese. Yeah. They're very socialized, our geese. You can basically get them as like, for lack of a better term, like pack protectors. There are some animals that you can have recommended as like, this animal will hang out with like alpacas with sheep. You know, this animal will hang out with this type of animal and keep them safe. Geese are super aggro, as many of you probably know. So we have 2 geese named Apple and Crumble, and I love them so much. They adore people, love people. They follow us around all the time. They always want to be like looking at you, seeing you. They're so cute. I love them so much. And if they get annoyed with an animal, they peck the shit out of that animal. So sometimes the dogs annoy the shit out of them, and they're like, back the fuck up, right? But like the pigs don't annoy them. So it's very cute. The geese will just like sit and groom the pigs and like hang out with them. It's adorable, okay? Animals are cute, fuck. But I have full confidence that if a hawk tried to start any shit, if we were concerned about daytime animals, the geese will take care of it. They don't lay eggs yet. They're still too young. They do honk now, though. Yeah, the only thing that we're constantly complaining about is their poop. They just poop everywhere. And because they love people, they're pooping like right next to our doors all day long. So we're just spraying water to get rid of the poop, like, I don't know, 5 times a day. but they're great. I love them. We kind of have one. Mabel is pretty old for like her breed, her primary breed or whatever, and everything. But she's a Mastiff. She sort of naturally like wants to be near all the livestock, you know, and make sure they're okay and take care of them. She tore her ACL though, and she's really old, and so we've been told basically that like it's a question of quality of life. So if she seems okay, then let her be okay. But if she can't walk on it, then she's too old to have the surgery, basically. So which is very sad. I love Mabel, but my grandfather's geese followed him around like puppies. They would sit under and around his chair when he was reading in the garden. Yeah, these geese, they love us. But specifically, they will sit right next to the window to stare at my mother-in-law all day long if they can't find anybody else. If nobody else is like around outside. Post geese pics. I don't have any. I don't have any pictures of what they look like now. They've gotten a lot bigger. But yeah, Sam and I were talking about that yesterday. Because, you know, Sherlock's getting older, and we've got Mabel, and we've lost the chickens, and obviously that wasn't like an age issue. It was just sad, you know? But yeah, we're kind of like mentally preparing for there's just so many. I mean, there's a lot of baby animals on the property, but there's also a lot of older animals on the property. So just kind of trying to like mentally prepare for that, and also acknowledging that that's going to be really hard on Clark, you know, like for her to process and understand what happened, you know? Will you ever do farming content? Probably not. Unless I can figure out a way to do it where you can't see anything other than what I'm working on, which is possible, but I would probably be very nervous about it. Well, again, all of our chickens have died. It's not like she hasn't experienced pet death. She has, but you know, just if we're in a situation where it's like one thing after another, which happens sometimes, just being prepared for the fact that can be really hard on a grown adult as well as a child, you know.
But anyway.
Yeah, chickens are on the horizon. There's a specific type of chicken that I think I would like to have that is like really kid friendly. They're just like really, really social chickens. But I would have to drive a really long way to get them. But there are so many kids not on the property, but like, we have 7 different children coming in and out of this farm all the time. And so I do want to consider the fact that like all these kids, one of their favorite things to do is interact with the animals, And if we had chickens that were like super chill around people and kids, especially if we like raise them from chicks. Yeah, and that's not counting friends. That's just family members. It's just family kids. So, yeah. If we had chickens that generally people say are like really good with children, I think that would be ideal. I have thought about that. Yeah. Since I'm doing so much like preservation stuff, doing streams of that, which is farming content. It's just indoors, which is much safer. So maybe. Are you rescuing the chickens? No. We tried to rescue chickens the first time. The first time that we got chickens, we talked to a guy that has old like battery hens and stuff. Because I was very interested in like taking in chickens that needed like a happy, nice home to be in, And the guy was like, "Here's the thing: is these chickens are very traumatized, and if your kid wants to be really involved with them, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard, and it's in my best interest to not put the chickens in a position where they're going to have more trauma on them, and it wouldn't necessarily even be like our fault. It's a kid. It's a little kid trying to interact with chickens, So, he basically was like, I would not recommend, if little kids are going to be around them, I would not recommend getting battery hens. So, I was glad that he had that conversation with me because that made a lot of sense. And so, so I attempted to do that before. The chickens that we got this last time were adult chickens that needed a home, but they were not battery hens. And I loved them. I did. I loved them a lot, but they did not want anything to do with any of us. I had like a pretty okay relationship with Bergie because Bergie's foot got all fucked up, and so I had to give her little chicken baths all the time. And so she got pretty chill with me, but she still like didn't want to like spend time with us. None of them did. And I'm not saying that a chicken needs to want to spend time with you, but just like, just being chill around people at all. If there's a bunch of kids around, I think would be more beneficial for the kids who are trying to learn about chickens and interact with the chickens, and the chickens. If the chickens actually don't mind being around a bunch of kids or can get used to being around a bunch of kids, then it would also be better for them mentally, so. I tolerate your bath. She was so cute, dude. Bergie. Yeah, my sister-in-law did a beekeeping course. It was only like one day or something, but I was like, "Oh my gosh, are you guys getting bees?" And she was like, "No." It's like, "Okay, nice. Cool. I also will not be getting bees, so I guess honey is a thing that we're all just going to miss out on, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. You haven't been here in 10 years? My dude, my buddy. Welcome back. How's the UK treating you? Fine. It's been too hot, but today is actually pretty okay. Today's pretty overcast. Yeah, I'm doing good. We've bought a home, we've bought a farm. My kid's in school. I can't complain. I'm very happy. What are you growing in the yard? In our garden currently, oh my gosh, we always have lettuce going for the tortoises. So there's a fuckload of lettuce. We've got cucumbers. I have Brussels sprout starters that I've got going right now. A bunch of summer squash, like yellow squash and zucchini and stuff. I'm trying to just let my basil plants get huge so I can make a bunch of pesto. Our tomatoes never really, they started forming, but they've never turned into anything, you know? But yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff. I know, same. Yeah, you need if you want to like make a bunch of pesto and like use some and then save some, you need so much basil. It's crazy. You grab a ton of it, bring it inside, and you're like, all right, time to make a shitload of pesto. And it like barely makes enough for you and one other person. Yeah, I planted the tomatoes way too late is the issue, so. Oh, dare! This time I selected an active chatter with a PG-ish name. Thank you very much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the gifted sub. Triax, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. What headphones are those? They're the wireless HyperX. They last for like something crazy, like 300 hours. I love them. They're great. They're very comfortable as well. My Dodger coffee came in a decaf bag with the sticker not decaf. That's a goof. Yeah, that's a goof that we did a while ago. So anytime we run out of our normal bags, we swap to the decaf bags and put not decaf stickers on them. And there's a guy that started, I don't know if he's still working there. There was a guy that started working for Akira that was like, yeah, I don't think that this goof reads very well. I don't think that this is I think this joke is just confusing. And I was like, I can acknowledge that there are some people that are maybe buying Dodger coffee without like watching the streams or like really knowing the vibe. But I can almost guarantee you that if somebody watches me, they will understand that that's a goof. Oh. All this stuff, this is for our business line, our business internet. It's a pain in the ass, and it's loud. I don't know enough about that sort of thing to tell you anything about it. I just know that so far it's working and it's very fast, so I'm not going to complain. Louder means faster. Yeah, we just need to get a little house for them. Yeah, we were just talking about the animals. They're all good. They're doing good. They're cutie pies. I've never heard about the turtles. Yeah, we have 2 tortoises. They belong to my sister-in-law. They're very cute. They live outside. They've got a big like enclosure that we made them. And then they've got a little house that has been outfitted to like keep in the heat with a big heat lamp and stuff. So that they're comfy even if it's cold. But having so many animals is my dream, but it's not so easy in Japan. Yeah. I'm back from my nap. Oh my gosh. You did it. You napped. Thanks for being good background sound. I have no idea what you've been doing or what you've been talking about, so it was perfect. Nice. We didn't wake you up. Or if we did wake you up, you still got a full-ass nap in, so that's good. What are you up to these days besides your coffee? Oh my gosh, if you haven't been here in 10 years, like actually 10 years, oh my God. I got married. I have a 5-year-old child. I live in England on a farm with a bunch of fucking animals. Yeah, I have my coffee business. Jesse and I have started a game development something, but we're currently producing a game called Gestalt. I think those are the big things. Yeah. So I'm very happy. I grew up on a farm. I grew up with animals and the privacy and the peace and all of that. And I did the city thing, you know? I lived in the city for 10 years. And then we moved to England and we lived in like kind of a suburby sort of situation for a while. And then we moved a little bit more rural. And then when we were looking for homes, we mostly just looked at places that had just like a little bit of land, just a little bit of something. But land is very expensive here is the problem. So it took us a really long time to get anything. But we got it in the end. We got it. And Sam's family is so huge that not a day goes by that there isn't somebody over here. Which is normally wonderful.
Sometimes it's too much, but it's normally fantastic and lovely. What are your thoughts on raising kids in the city versus the countryside? I'm currently living in a city, but I'm torn on what to do. I don't know. I don't know that I can, really give advice on that one way or the other. Our kid is a very like quality time kid, and has a lot of trouble playing by herself and always has. I think like being in a place where she's able to just like go outside and just do something, which again is a privileged position to be in as a parent, but like she can just walk outside and do a thing, and I don't need to worry about it too much, and I think that's helped her a lot. In terms of like school though, like that's, mostly just raising kids in the country versus the city. But like in terms of school, I don't know that it makes that big of a difference. When I went to school, again, in a very small town, I went to 2 different schools that were both very small, and I will say that there was a lot of ignorant sort of ideas and ways of thinking that were sort of perpetuated by the fact that it was just a small bubble community, a lot of stuff that I had to unlearn as I got older. Or even just like figure out how I felt about that thing outside of the bubble, I think sometimes if kids are in a position where they're not experiencing stuff outside of like their small hometown or their, little country house or whatever, that you wind up with a bunch of stuff that you're not like super sure how you actually feel about, So fortunately, we've been able to put Clark into a school situation with a lot of different types of kids. She's a very social kid, so we try to make sure that we like take her lots of different places, and also just talk to her about things in a way that's like, this is how we feel about this thing. This is what I can tell you about this thing, but I can't tell you, what makes sense for you. I can't tell you whether or not like this is the right thing for you, or tell you how to feel about it. I can just talk about it with you, and hopefully discussing things in that way will help her sort of formulate her own opinions, But we can only do so much at home. We can only do so much at home because absolutely they spend so much time at school. So I'm just hoping that she'll continue to talk with me about things so that as she gets older and the sorts of things that she's thinking about and asking questions about are more complicated, that she wants to talk about them and sort of like work through them, Sorry, that made me laugh. Scapple said, Dodger, now that you're a certified singer. Technically, I have a certificate. It's just a very funny way to put that. Would you be interested in being part of those Final Fantasy XIV medleys? Yeah, of course. I don't do music content, though, so...
Bork. I need a certificate for singing. No, I did an exam, and I got a certificate after the exam. A singing exam. Annie. Which pig is your favorite? I don't have a favorite pig, but I will say Clementine is definitely much more of a bully. She's also not as friendly. But they're little young pigs, you know? And I think just like kids, I think sometimes animals can be sort of like beefy with each other, you know? I'm going to start taking them on walks, though. I'm very excited. I'm so excited to take the pigs on walks. I can't even tell you. The problem is I have to measure like around their neck and around their chest in order to get the pig harness for them. So, pig walks sold. Me too. It's going to be great. I need to pee so bad, so I will be right back. And then we'll go for like another hour or so.
Okay, hello.
Hi. Welcome back to Reverb City. Reverb City. Cypher of Tear.
Hello.
Forgot I didn't finish my food. Take this. Gasp! Take this final bite hole. It's 2 bites. I'm lying to myself. Did you steal that chair from your grandma? I sure didn't. It's a wicker chair from outside because we don't have any actual like office chairs at this house yet. So when Criken was here working from our house, this is the chair he used. So shout out to Criken's back because I'm sure it felt like bits. No. No. We're still on the laptop. Just better webcam. No, everything's still at the other house. We're working on it. Slowly but surely. We'll get there, gang. I have not thrown out the green chair. The green chair is still there, guys. It can come back and terrorize all of us. We polyfilled this whole room this morning, so I just need to sand it and then I can paint. I don't want to, while we still have like these electrical problems, I really don't want to plug in the new desktop PC. So that's why I'm still just streaming from the laptop because I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I like that jar. Thank you. It's a pasta jar. Anytime we get a big jar of pasta, I keep the glass. Because why not? Would green chair survive a move? I think so. I think green chair will survive, yeah. Can we pay you to get rid of the green chair? Here's the thing. That would be hilarious, actually. You know when people do a thing where it's like, you can pay money to either like use money to vote for one thing or the other. Sort of a thing. People do that on subathons all the time. Be like, okay, you can donate money to have us keep the green chair or to have us get rid of the green chair. So, yeah, the electrical issues are that we currently have 4 buildings on this property that for some reason are all attached electrically. So if something goes wrong in one of them, it goes wrong in all of them. Basically, our power is going out way too frequently. We have some days where it goes out constantly, and it's really difficult to figure out what is tripping the electrics because there's 4 different buildings, right? So we have an appointment for basically a bunch of stuff to all happen at the same time. That's going to split all the buildings apart. And that way, the building that Sam and I are working out of is independent from the house, is independent from my in-laws' house, etc. So that'll be good. I'm also curious if it'll make it so that the lights work in the normal house. I don't know if I've talked about this very much, but every single light fixture in our house flickers, all of them. And I feel like it's probably because so many things are sharing the electricity. I don't know, but we'll see. If it doesn't fix the problem, we'll just have the guy come back out again for a whole new thing. But yeah, or it's haunted. Yeah. The guy should probably check that at the same time. From what I understand, splitting all of the buildings is going to be like an all-day job. So I'm not going to be like, hey, while you're here. But, yeah, I'm curious. If it's going to, like, fix a bunch of stuff for us. Yeah, I think a lot of stuff in this house was DIY, sort of like cobbled together. Because they said the same thing when they came and looked at our boiler, like, who the fuck hooked this up, right? So it's also hard because the last people were here for, I think, 30 years or something. So who knows? Who knows when this shit, got set up the way that it did. Always fun when power-wise, everything is connected to everything else. My current room shares a breaker with my kitchen oven. So if I run the oven and this room's AC at the same time, I lose all of my power and the breaker trips. My building's from the 60s. Sometimes I manage to trip my breaker just doing everyday things. Yeah, we'll just be living our lives, right? Sometimes no one else is even here. So I know no one's doing anything in any other buildings. It's just us in our house. And I'm like, cool. I'm gonna, wash clothes and the whole house just dies. I'm like, why? Why? I can't run the microwave and the portable AC at the same time. God. Yeah, I was explaining earlier that our boiler is hooked up in a way where if you are heating up water, it also has to heat up the house, and it's too hot for that shit right now, right? But my kid needed a bath, so I turned on the heat to heat up the water so that I could give Clark a bath, but because we did bedtime immediately after, I totally forgot. So, the whole night I was like, why is it so fucking hot in the house? And it's because our heat was still on. It's so terrible. Yeah, Free was saying this, but like, bro, if you're in a new build, look, we really wanted the like quaint old country charm, and I love it, and I'm very happy. But like the amount of things that you avoid, the amount of issues that you don't have to deal with, if you're like, nah, I'm just gonna get a new build. Can you not turn off the thermostat and have it warm the water? everything is turned off. So all of the individual radiators are off. The thermostat is what's attached to the boiler. So I have to turn the thermostat on in order to get hot water for the bath. But you can't individually say, I want hot water, but not a hot house. And even with all of the radiators off, they still radiate a little bit of heat, even when they're fully off. I know. It's stupid. I'm aware. I'm aware. And I agree. And I fully agree with you. When are you getting a new boiler? I'm going to try to apply for... Is it a stipend? There's a thing you can apply for that's basically like, hi, my boiler is old as fuck and I would love to replace it with something that is more eco-friendly and new. And if it's old enough and doing stupid enough shit, they'll be like, sure thing. Yeah, we'll help you out with that. So I'm going to apply for that and see if we can get it. I got quoted $6,000 for a boiler. It's ruining my life. Tolosi, no! I have the exact same system and problem. We rent my partner's dad's old house. When the boiler broke, he found someone so old that they knew how to repair it. So our boiler has like a sticker on it that's like basically like this is the last company that, oh, thunder, yes! It's basically like this is the last company that worked on this boiler, you know? So we called them, like surely they will know what's going on with this. Called them, he came out and he was like, what the fuck? Like, well, we tried to get somebody in here who would be like, yeah, I know this system. Yeah, I've worked on this before. No. He came in like, who did this? And we were like, you, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I'm sorry. Who's the oldest person that works at your company? Can you send them next time? Who did this to you? You did! Like a priest fleeing the exorcism. Yeah. Again, I think in like 2 years, we're gonna look at everything and be like, wow, we've like done a lot of good updates to this place. We've really worked hard on it. It's doing great. And it's going to be a lot of things like that where it's like, Jesus, can we get a new boiler someday? You know? Or even little things like, God, I would love to have insect netting on these windows. I found a company actually. Oh my God. I found a company that does these installs of these like really long, basically, they're like two-sided things, which is not a new concept, but I still love it. I normally see it in shades. So it's like a shade that you can set up and then one side like lets in a lot of light and one side is blackout. So that's like a thing that you can get, right? I found a company out here that does that kind of an idea, except it's either like insect netting or just a blackout curtain. And I was like, yes, that's tight. Those are the two things I want. Those are the two settings. What are the insects like in England as an Australian? Okay, so We don't have, there really isn't a lot here that can hurt you. Like, not really, you know, pretty much everything is manageable. There are no deadly spiders here. You know, we don't have a lot of like big insects. So we're able to be really chill about things like spiders. We have a lot of spiders in our house right now, but it's also like flies are coming in on the regular, you know, because of the heat and because of the season that it is. So we're like, you can stay, spiders, eat the flies. Thank you very much, you know, and that's our agreement. That's our pact with them. But we're able to do that because I'm not worried that any of these spiders could do anything like particularly bad to us, you know? But being an American coming to England, something that I was surprised about is that screens, what we would call screen doors or screen windows, are standard in America. Most places that you would move into have screens built into the windows and built into the doors. Windows more often than doors, but depending on what area of America you're in, you might just as standard also have screen doors, okay? They don't do that here. Screen windows, screen doors, that is not a thing that most people have at all. It's like a specialty thing that you have to get installed. And I want them so bad. I want them so bad. I miss the screen door and screen window life so much, dude. I just looked this up, and 85% of the most venomous snakes are in Australia. Yeah. Australians, you are so much stronger than the rest of us. You can get some screens for pretty cheap and install them yourself. Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of a pain. But I'm gonna do a cost breakdown. See, like, if we brought in a company to just put screens on everything, how much that would be. And it might be just an exorbitant amount. I don't know, but is it true in America they don't have tilt and turn windows? I don't know what what is a tilt and turn window? Tilt and turn windows. Oh, you mean like the windows that I have in here? So like you can open them from the top, so it like does like this instead. They're not as common, no. But I think because the windows are sliding windows pretty much everywhere, they're able to have screen windows, you know, so. I've never seen a window that can do both, no. We have windows here that either like open like a little door or tilt this way. We We don't have any that slide, actually, now that I think about it. So yeah, maybe that's not as common here. Have a fun stream. I'm off to make slime with my niece. Nice. That sounds fun. The only sliding window I've seen here is a super old beach house. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've seen any sliding windows here, and maybe not. Maybe I haven't. Ugh. Oh my goodness. There are mosquitoes, yeah, for sure. there are plenty of mosquitoes, but the season that they show up in is really narrow. They're not around for very long. Thank you. Amanda did my artwork for Sunforged. Oh, is it Sunday yet? I want to play again so bad. Oop. There, let's close door for Mantic. There we go. I need to catch up on Sunforged while it's only one episode. It was, I think, I'm biased. I think it was a very good premiere episode. So I think you'll enjoy it. It's very prologue-y. Everybody has like moments to sort of like establish themselves, you know? Everyone's characters feel very fleshed out. Yeah, I'm excited to play more.
Very excited.
And shout out to Joe, our awesome DM. I can't tell you how many just very silly questions I sent him. And every time I'd be like, I'm sorry that I'm asking you so many silly little questions. I'm just trying to like get a full picture of things. And every time he was like, don't worry about it. I love the questions because it helps me like figure out what's going on in the world too, or figure out like if there's something I hadn't thought of, you know? So Bree is the moth lady. Yeah. Spoilers. But yeah, same crew that did Godforged. So if you watched any of Godforged, or if you see the list of players and you're like, I like those people. I'm starting episode 1 now. I don't know anything about the premise, but I'm excited to find out what happens. Oh my gosh. Enjoy. Enjoy. Yeah, we were all pretty good about keeping quiet to one another about who our characters were. I only knew like little bits. The character that I knew the most about was Sam's because we lived together. But I didn't know anything about anybody else's character, which is cool. We literally did it last night, so it's probably not on YouTube yet, but it should be on his Twitch. Yeah, twitch.tv/Joe Fudge. Yeah. I am enjoying the One Piece adaptation. Yeah. I was saying, was it yesterday that we talked about it? I was saying that, like, I'm really enjoying it. I loved One Piece when I was younger. I haven't been caught up with One Piece in years and years and years, but I used to love it, right? And I've thought many times about trying to catch up, but it's so daunting. Anyway, Sam has never like really gotten into it. He's watched a couple episodes here and there. And I had worried that the way that people are talking about the live action, I think makes it seem like it's not going to be what it is. If that makes sense. Like, people are loving it so much, which is great. But it still has that sort of like goofy live action anime vibe, you know? I think if somebody was showing up hoping that it was going to be like the Batman Beyond of anime and you know, really like take these characters and make them feel like real, you know, it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. It's One Piece at its core is goofy shit. Okay, it's really goofy shit. The characters are really like out there. And I think they did an amazing job of hitting this like line of how do we make real people be fucking goofy ass characters and still have it not be like to watch, you know? Have it be like enjoyable and engaging. And I think they did a really good job with that. But it's an anime movie. It's an anime show, you know? But yeah, we've enjoyed it. So I was also saying I love that, like, because I'm super into the Good Omens fandom right now as well. I love that all of the comments underneath, you know, like posts about One Piece, posts about Good Omens that, you know, like Amazon Prime and Netflix are making. So many of the comments are like, wow, I really liked this. I sure hope that we start paying our writers and actors what they deserve so that we can get another season. Like, I love this solidarity of like, what a great piece of media. I sure hope we make good choices so that we can have more. Yes, I watched the live action and the anime in tandem. I definitely see why they cut out a lot and why they changed things. I'm not that far into it. I think we're like halfway through it. But like, to give you an idea, I believe these, 8 episodes of One Piece? Each episode is like an hour long. So this first season of One Piece live action, I believe, is equivalent to the first 90 episodes of the anime.
So, yeah. Yeah, well, that's why people make the websites they do, right? Where it's like, these are the episodes you could skip. You know? That's why those sorts of websites exist, because the filler is just out of control. Or even like, sometimes it's not even filler, if we're being honest. Sometimes it's just like, there's just weird padding in a story, and you're like, okay. It goes up to episode 50. I thought it was 90. 50 is more understandable, but still crazy. The live action One Piece is a great abridged version of the story. Yeah, that's how it feels too. And they've changed some stuff, but like if you're gonna do what they're doing with it, you kind of have to, you know? Watching DBZ for the first time can confirm there is filler. Dragon Ball Z of there's only 5 minutes left until Namek explodes fame. Dragon Ball Z pads its episodes? Don't lie to me. I'm shocked. Aghast. The reverb is really helping me out with those moments. Honestly, I really like the One Piece manga. So I've thought before, like, it might be nice to just start reading the manga again. That's a whole other can of worms. But I think it's probably a more accessible way to try and like quickly get through One Piece. If you like reading manga, you know. There's what, 1,000 episodes? More than 1,000? Wait a sec. How many episodes in One Piece? 1,064 episodes, dude! What the fuck? As of September 10th, 2023, there are 1,075 episodes of One Piece. Read the manga. I know not everybody has that as an option, but if you can, if you can read the manga, if you enjoy manga. 1,000? Almost 1,100 episodes? Bro. Look, I love me some Straw Hat moments, okay? The One Piece anime has absolutely made me cry more than once. I'm not saying that you wouldn't get a lot out of watching the anime, but Jesus, you know? So, you might get a little too much out of it. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's where you implement 2 times speed. I can't do that. I can't do the 2 times speed thing. I try speeding stuff up all the time. And It's interesting to me that there are so many different issues people can have with like processing audio, you know? I feel so much more comfortable if I have subtitles on, and I definitely don't want it sped up. If it's sped up, I can't follow it. If you watch the new Rurouni Kenshin anime, I actually miss the filler episodes. I never got into Rurouni Kenshin. One Piece is a textbook example of archive panic. Yeah, dude. Maybe that's the way that I can get through stuff like the Magnus archives, is to be like, well, you know what? It's no One Piece. Sure, it's a lot of episodes to listen to figure out why everybody's so into it, but easier ask than watching One Piece. Yes, jaded, I'm exactly the same. And I'm kind of grateful that I never got into Rurouni Kenshin. We're not going to get into all that on stream, but if you want to look up the writer, yeah. It doesn't help that Magnus Archives makes no fucking sense unless you take notes. I gotta take notes for my podcast show. How many episodes of Magnus Archives did I listen to? Not that many. I like the like somewhat unreliable narrator, like weird story of the week kind of thing, or like the vibe of it at the start, at least for anybody who hasn't listened to it yet, is like a person or a organization that investigates paranormal situations. So there's kind of an SCP vibe there. It's like, oh, we have, a letter came in or information came in about this weird thing that happened. And then it's a person reading through a report and kind of making like a final judgment call of like whether or not it's real. How many did I listen to? Of Magnus Archives. No, not Chilluminati. Where are you? Oh my God. The Magnus Archives. I listened to 5 of them. Magnus Archives is so good. Well, that's what we're talking about, right? Is like, I enjoy what Magnus Archives is at the start, but I don't know how long I have to listen to it to figure out why people are obsessed with it. Does that make sense? So yeah, I don't know how much of this I need to like commit myself to. As the episodes go on, they start to link and become a coherent story. Yeah. Yeah, we played Control on stream. I couldn't give you a number though. That's fair. It gets a lot more interconnected. 5 of what? 5 episodes of Magnus Archives, which is a podcast. It's like an audio drama thing.
Okay, let's start wrapping up here, guys. Yeah, the game that was mentioned. Wait, get rid of that. Chance of Sonar is a game that I bought with the intention of us playing it on stream. So we could play that starting tomorrow if that sounded interesting to you guys. What other? I feel like a bunch of stuff has come out, but I always feel that way. Oh yeah, Void Stranger looked interesting. I forgot about that. I think we've got a Rune Factory branded stream this week as well. Yeah. So I can put together a schedule. Any interest in continuing Baldur's Gate 3? Maybe. I don't know. Baldur's Gate is hard for me because it's such a long game. We will never, ever finish that game on stream. Never in a million years. You know? Also, I'm pretty sure you still can't have glasses. And if I'm going to play it on stream again, I will be Zacharias, and I need him to have glasses. And I've been keeping an eye on the mods as they've been coming out. And I think we still have an issue with the glasses thing. Oh my God. Almost 1,100 episodes, dude. Wild. Okay. All right. Unpausing raid leader. If anybody would like to grab it. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Oh my God. And dealing with the reverb and all that. I appreciate it. Let's see. Beep, beep, boop, boop, meep, morp. Duo Nico, thank you for the 33 months. And Satan for the 86. Barry Carlian for the 31. IDK Blue, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh Hey Beautiful for the 8. Oblivious for the 5 years. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Mixed Kiwi Fruit, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you, thank you. Lurker Jean for the 61. Shay for the 35. Blanco for the 4. Asabov for the 18. Altair for the gifted subs. Board Mad Hatter for the 4. Nick of Time for the 62. Doralis for the 15. Triax, again, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much. Kalira for the 73. Half Pint Hydra for the 67. And Chiyuku for the 87. Outcasted Rum is currently playing Yakuza 0. Okie dokie. All right. Go say hi, spread love, spread joy. I will see you guys around. Okay? Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
No, I won't be there in a minute. Just kidding. Goodbye.